your essay just reinforces priority that read about,
Okay. Yeah, that's good. What else?
I know it's not significant, but I think it's what you pointed out that I always associated Hitler with just more. I didn't realize it was so fast, but it hardly has. It's expanded way beyond Hitler, I always think Hitler.
Yep. Was not murdering people in the death camps personally, right? Other people had to be able to carry that out, right? They had to carry out his vision. So that means hundreds of thousands of people were participating in this. What else?
I've heard of the banality of evil and stuff, like how anyone can do anything basically in quite a few previous history classes, but you never really, see, the people side or what they're thinking or justifications of it. Like, they tell you that anyone can be evil, but there's not really promoting things, but this is that.
So the term, the banality of evil, and this is actually something we'll talk about later, right towards the end of the semester. We'll get to that. That was a term coined by a reporter who was watching a trial of a high-ranking Nazi official, right? And essentially, Eichmann's defense, he was tried by Israel for crimes against humanity, was first that he was just following orders, right? And that also he didn't do any of the murdering, right? He felt warrants, he organized essentially a neighborhood, right? He was a very organized identity, right? And made it possible for that to happen. He was like, well, I didn't do what I was doing it, right? I wasn't at the gas chambers, right? And so the term banality of evil comes out of this reporter watching this trial and talking about how just boring this guy is, right? He signed some papers, right? And murdered millions of people in doing it, right? He didn't have to put a bullet in a chamber. He didn't have to go to a gas chamber, right? He just filed some paperwork, right? So that's where that term comes from.
You had mentioned in one of your lectures, I think it was lecture number 2, about the voyage of the St. Louis in 1939, and I had heard about that. I don't know if it was on the American Heroes channel, but I did a little bit more digging, and apparently the ship was bound for Cuba, for Havana, and was refused. They wouldn't let them in the country, and so because they wanted to get to America eventually, and so they ended up going all the way back to Europe, and I think more than 900 made it back, and then out of that 900, 254 died in the Holocaust.
Yeah.
The article is called "The Ship of Jewish Refugees Nobody Wanted."
Mm-hmm.
It was really hard for me to read it, but it was just like, these people are trying to get out of the country, and lo and behold, they end up back in it.
Yeah, the voyage of the St. Louis is a very depressing thing, right? When you consider the United States had the opportunity to take them all in.
Yep.
And then they would have been in, very little risk, right? The United States was never invaded by Germany, right? But, the U.S. chose not to accept those refugees. Right?
Oh, I watched that documentary last night, as a matter of fact, called Final Account, and it's about the average German person during the war. And it goes back, the filmmaker goes back and he does interviews with the average German person. And it's very interesting. If anybody wants to watch it, just came out, so Final Account, very good.
Okay. All right. Now let's talk briefly. I do want to talk about the eugenics article that you read. That was the one from reserves. And so, what were attitudes about euthanasia like in the United States? Right? How did you view murder of people with disabilities?
That's kind of where they drew the line between them and the Nazis, right? They were not for this thing called euthanasia, this is a murder program. Eugenics was very big in the United States, but that's where they stopped. But again, without which book it was that kind of made that point. I said that's when the U.S. eugenics started to kind of lessen because the Nazis started to.
Sorry, I'm having a little hard time. Could people make sure you put yourselves on mute, even if you're not talking, because there's kind of an echo. So could you say that again, Tom?
Oh yeah. I forgot which reading it was, but it mentioned that the U.S. kind of slowed down its eugenics program once the Nazis started murdering and people.
Okay, so it lost a little bit of its kind of savor in the United States. I don't know the numbers exactly, although sterilization of people with disabilities definitely did continue for decades after the war in the United States. But there were discussions, right, about possible euthanasia in the United States, and it was actually fairly popular, right? I think it was. This was in the article. I think it was something like 45% of people polled said like something like 40 to 45% of people said people with severe disabilities should be killed. What was that?
No, I said yes. I read that. That was like,
yeah. I mean, it was a really popular idea in the U.S. Right? It's not a majority, but 40% is not something you can ignore, right?
well, I did a little research on it too for the essay that we're writing, and found out that the founder of Kellogg Fortune is the one who actually founded the Race and Betterment Foundation in 1911, and that was a huge eugenics foundation program, and it's very popular back then.
Yeah, no, eugenics was huge in the United States, right? So how did the U.S. learn about Nazi euthanasia policies, right? Did people in the United States know about it during the war? That's tackled in the article.
A couple of journalists were over there. They took the information back with them. Mm-hmm. So yes, they did know about it in the war.
Yeah, and how did the U.S. public react? Did the U.S. public believe the reports initially? Why not?
No, they thought it was British propaganda, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Yep, they thought it was British propaganda. The Brits had used a lot of kind of inflated descriptions of massacres from World War I as a way to try and guilt the United States into joining the war. And in fact, when Ireland, when the war ended, the Second World War ended, people in Ireland thought the Holocaust was, again, British propaganda for trying, because Ireland stayed neutral. So they thought information on the Holocaust was actually British propaganda to try and guilt them for not having joined the war. Okay, so the British propaganda machine at that time was very, very strong. And so people were kind of pleased to disbelieve some information. Right? So they thought it was British propaganda. What was the other kind of like sticking point for people? Who did they think was kind of controlling? Who else did they think was controlling information? Or let me phrase that differently. What was the other major concern of U.S. Christians? Do you remember that from the article?
I know that they were opposed to it because of the Catholic Church and the Vatican.
Yeah. Okay, so the Vatican was also, which is the head of the Catholic Church, right? That's the seat of power. That's where the Pope lives. The Vatican was one of the strongest opponents of the Nazi euthanasia program, right? So they were very invested in making sure people found out about what had happened to people with disabilities, right? So what does this tell us about not necessarily protest, right, but the ability of, say, churches to organize resistance to Nazi policies? Is there an ability?
They definitely did, because as discussed in one of our readings, they discussed how they had to keep it a secret when they started the T4 program. I think was one of the definitions they did, specifically to keep church leaders uninvolved or unnoticed of it, because otherwise they would demand the shutdown of the program. And eventually it actually did happen the first time. Church leaders organized it and they did shut down the program because of that before it restarted.
Yeah, so when we talk about, essentially how the Holocaust happened, I do want people to remember that there was significant organized resistance to an element of it that actually did manage to slow it down, at least for a while, right? Then the murder of people with disabilities picked up again later in the war, but still, right? There was the capability of Christian churches to organize resistance to some aspects of it.
Yeah, in the article it says throughout World War II, the main information about euthanasia in Germany came from clergymen, especially from the Vatican. First articles published in the newspapers in December 1940 were typical.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Vatican was very strongly behind kind of disseminating that information. But notably was significantly less interested in disseminating information about the murder of Jewish people.
Right.
I'm just curious, do you think that coincides then with the invasion or with the rise to power and Italy's involvement in 40?
Yeah, so Italy is complicated because they were on the Axis side and then they surrendered early and then were immediately invaded and occupied by Germany, and then the Allies invaded, and so it was kind of nebulous. However, and this is also something you will read later in the semester, the Pope at the time fancied himself a peacemaker and thought he might be able to broker essentially an arrangement between the Axis and the Allies, and he did not want to unduly upset the Axis before he had his chance to kind of show off his peacemaking powers on the international stage. Okay. All right, I do want to make sure that we have time to talk about Hitler's essay, since that is a lot to unpack if you made it through. Okay. So I believe it was Parker who had said, we want to talk about, what imagery does he use, right? So let's start there. What sort of images does Hitler use to describe Jewish people?
Well, I think vermin, parasites.
Okay. Very
Anything bad you can say about a person, you would say.
Okay, vermin, parasites, right? Inhuman. Steven?
Yeah, I was thinking, it sounded like when he was opening up the chapter, he was talking about like his early life before he went to Vienna, and he was like, "Oh, I was so blind to it. They looked just like a normal countryman. It's almost like so anybody reading it felt like would be like, oh, what do you mean? No, that's just how I look at them. But then he really slowly brought in the jabs. If you really look for it, you can see it. That kind of an aspect. And then he really ramped up the cruelty and the meanness, the vileness in his language. But also like a lot of jabber. Really seemed like he was just trying to put words on for words.
Yeah, he's got a very rambling style. It's a little difficult to follow, right? But you're right that he actually does use a very persuasive rhetorical tool, right? By saying like, I was just like you, right? When I first arrived in Vienna, I thought that, Jewish Germans were simply my countrymen. I didn't know that they were, secretly destroying our country. And here's how my eyes were opened, right? So he's kind of walking people through step by step, like being radicalized, essentially. What does he say about the press in particular? Because this is a really interesting tactic he uses. How does he talk about the media and the press?
Can't trust them.
Okay, you can't trust him.
Yeah.
Why can't you trust him?
Kind of reflects like today. He's like, oh, it favored the oppressors. It favored France. Talking about France, it didn't mention Germany. He's like, well, I wanted to pick. It sounded like he was just saying, well, I wanted to pick up something I wanted to, like what I was reading.
Right. So he says, you can't trust him. Why? Who's controlling the media, according to Hitler?
So the Jews control them.
Right. The Jews are controlling the media, right? So of course the media is not going to say anything negative about Jews, right? So how do you know it's a newspaper you can trust, right? How does Hitler say, who does Hitler tell his readers to trust? What sort of rhetoric would those newspapers be using?
Anti-Semitic.
Yeah, anti-Semitic, right? If a newspaper, which was, pretty much the dominant form of, media at the time, right? If a newspaper is complimentary to the Jews, right, that means it's run by the Jews, right? If a newspaper is anti-Semitic, well, then you can trust it because that means it isn't run by the Jews, right? So again, this is also very convenient, right? Because then what sources could anyone trust, right? The sources that he's telling them to trust, right? The people who are putting out his same message. Okay. So then this is the easiest / hardest question about this. Where are his contradictions in this? Where does he contradict himself? How often does he contradict himself, maybe? You don't actually have to pick out a particular instance for me.
That's fairly often, or almost all the time. He says things like they can't be trusted, or they're no good, but yet they run everything.
Yeah, like what he says about culture in particular. It's like, Jews have no culture. They destroy culture. Also, they control all of German culture. Also, their culture is degenerate. It's a very difficult to follow.
But then he also says when he's talking about the fact that Jews have no culture and blah blah blah, he also talks about their apparent intellectual capabilities. So he's calling them smart, but saying that dumb. So it's just very gambly.
It is. It's very hard, right? So at his core, right, is he appealing to emotions or logic?
Emotions.
He's appealing to emotions, right? Yeah. But what rhetorical tools is he using? He's using logic, right? He's pretending to use logic, right? He's using the verbiage of logic. It doesn't actually make sense if you follow it through.
So
right?
He does a lot of the giving examples of the different things that he says the Jews are doing and or a part of these awful schemes of the Jews. So he gives a lot of examples, and it's just propaganda. If you don't read or if you don't actually do any research on it, the average person believes it. I mean, how familiar is that? So
Yeah, exactly. What it is it's an appeal to emotion, right? But it's got the veneer of like logic and critical thinking over it, right? So it feels good, right? If you are if you're anti-Semitic, right? It's someone telling you that you're right? But it also makes you feel smart, right? Because you can see through, like this web of lies, right? And you don't actually have to do any critical thinking because he's doing it all for you, right? So that's why it was such a draw. Okay, it was actually not a bestseller when it was first published. He did actually, after he came to power, I believe the German government actually gave out Mein Kampf as a wedding gift to any German couple who got married. So it became more popular after he was in power, right? But it did have a pretty strong pull among kind of like the hardcore right wing in Germany, right? Because again, it appealed to emotion, right? It made them feel secure and right and smart, right? Which is all like those are all very powerful drives for people. Okay. Is there any other questions you guys had about that chapter?
I was wondering, is the entire book like this?
Yeah. I have not read the whole thing. I would not do that to myself. I wouldn't recommend anyone do that to themselves.
I read the first 5 chapters of it, and it was so rambly, and it drew back on itself. It's like driving on switchback mountain roads, you know. It was so hard to follow. I had to just put it down. I couldn't do it anymore.
Yeah, it's all. That's why I only assigned 1 chapter because it gives you guys an idea of the rhetoric he was using, and that's really all you need to know, right? Because everything else, it's just this for hundreds of pages.
So all of the stuff, as far as it just seems to me that he's giving the German people the right to do wrong. He's saying, don't worry about what you're doing, it's right. And on page, I think 79, and this is the great lie. You know, and so people are like, oh, you know, he's saying that the Jews have been lying to us. So, you know, any indiscretions that I've done throughout my life don't matter.
Yeah,
because
yeah, he's giving them permission.
Exactly. That's what it sounded like to me.
Yep, and that's exactly what it is. All right, I want to turn lastly to the other primary sources, right? So let's talk specifically, right, about, well, you guys don't have this book, it was on, or you do. Yeah. Let's talk specifically about the memos on killing people with disabilities, right? What are the main concerns, right, in those 2 articles, right? What are the fixations, particularly in the mayor article?
That somebody will find out, whether it's Catholic Church or the Americans or the family members, somebody's going to find out what they're really doing.
Okay, that people will find out, so it has to be a secret, right? But is it much of a secret? I mean, imagine if there was a meeting of every mayor in Minnesota, right? That's a lot of people, right? Even if it's just bigger towns, right? There's people who then know what. So keeping it a secret, what's their other fixation between those 2 documents?
The cost of supporting the people with disabilities and how much they're going to save by removing them.
Saving money, right? This is about bringing more money into the German government.
And it seemed like no matter what, the Germans were going to come out ahead financially. They kept making mention of the urn. You know, if you want your urn, we'll bring you your urn of your deceased relative. He passed away in a dignified manner. Here's your urn if you want it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's there is in that mayor article, right? There's a fixation on like the exact steps to get the remains back to the family, right? And how to word the letter to make sure that the family isn't upset that their loved one was cremated, right? Instead of getting their body to be buried. Why couldn't they return the bodies? Why did people have to be cremated?
Well, because then they would know they didn't die from pneumonia.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Especially as the war went on, a lot of people were simply starved. They just stopped feeding people in institutions. So it would be very, very obvious to family members, right, that their loved one was a victim of starvation.
They put them in these institutions and just left them there, and they died. I mean, whether it be from starvation or disease or from the elements or whatever, they just died. I mean, they literally just left them in these locked institutions.
Yeah, that is a good point. I think, today when we think of, like a mental hospital, right, it's maybe not a place people necessarily would want to go, right, but it's a safe place, right? And institutions prior, around this time in the 1920s and 30s, even in the United States, would be very scary places to be, right? Care was very cruel. Often, people were generally fed, but not well. They were subjected to abuse by other patients, people who were working there, very cruel experiments, right? So, institutionalization, which is just like a whole different issue, right, was not, it was already a very brutal place to be, right? So people also weren't too surprised at the beginning that their loved ones were dying, right? Because people did not always survive very long in those places. Okay.
It also says in the chapters that the T4 program was officially ended by Hitler's order due to protests, especially by the Catholic Church leader. The killing of patients in concentration camp inmates and hospital gas chambers continued until the end of the war.
Yes. Yeah, so it was officially paused, and then they essentially stopped killing people in such large numbers all at once. So it was just a few patients a day, essentially, instead of, say, an entire wing of a hospital, so that it was a little less noticeable to the families. Okay, so we are almost out of time. Is there any other questions about the readings, about lecture? Okay.
I have a question actually, real quick. This is actually more about our paper. It's going to be due on June 1st, next week. Do you have an example that you would be able to send to us or post on D2L to be like, hey, this is what I'm like kind of looking for?
Unfortunately, I don't, because the questions would all be too similar. Like my prompts would all be too similar to this one. But if you are stressed about this and you want to send me a draft, I am always happy to look at what you guys are doing and give you guys feedback. I'm going to say, so it's due Tuesday at 8 p.m. If you want feedback, you're going to have to get it to me by Sunday night. Okay? Just so that I have time to read it and respond, so that you have time to incorporate it. But yeah, I'm happy to do that. Yeah.
Can you open? Can we use some other sources than just the books?
I would recommend not, simply because these essays are designed to show what you learned in class rather than have you do outside research. That being said, if you have some other source that you happen to know would work perfectly, you're perfectly free to cite it. I would just make sure that you do cite at least one of the textbooks used in class, because that is one of the requirements. And make sure that it's in Chicago Manual of Style, and I do have handouts and a PowerPoint explaining what that is.
So you're saying I could take information from the internet as long as we cite at least one source from one of the books?
So I would take away from citing the internet for this class. Just in general, stick to the books that are assigned or vetted sources. Okay.
What? Vetted.
Sorry.
What did you say? Vetted?
Vetted. Yes.
Well, what about the Holocaust Museum? There's lots of good sources on
it.
It.
The Holocaust Museum website would be fine. But again, I don't want you guys doing outside research because you don't need to do it for this essay.
I just don't want to ruin my books. I don't want to mark them up.
Okay, well, you don't need to mark them.
Well, no, but I can't remember everything I'm reading, so I'm trying to take some notes.
I would suggest post-it notes then. That's actually what I do with my books. So
I am moving on the 1st, and I'm sure if my internet is going to be up and going, so I probably won't be in class. So I'm just going to post the essay this weekend.
yeah, I will. I need to set up the D2L assignment folder for you. I don't think I've set up yet, but I'll do that tomorrow. And so then you can upload it tomorrow if it's done. Yeah. You can always turn it in early. It just has to be into me by the start of class on Tuesday. Now, that being said, if you're moving, if something big is going on, send me an email and we can work out an extension. Okay?
Well, I have the essay done.
Okay.
I want to look through it and just fine tune it and stuff. I'm just going to turn it in early, so I don't have to worry about it.
Okay, but just in general, guys, if there's a crisis happening, you can always send me an email. We can always work something out. I may only give you 24 hours extra, but it's better than nothing, right? Any other questions about the paper?
So the footnotes and goes by the bottom of the paper, and we need a separate reference page for the
Oh yeah. So and that'll just be the separate bibliography will just be like 2 or 3 lines, right? It's not going to be long because it's just going to be whatever you state paper. And again, if you're worried about the formatting of the citations, you can always send me a draft, and I can tell you if you're on the right track.
Okay. You only have to do one site. That's what you're saying. One source.
If you need to cite at least one. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm happy. I will just hang out until everyone's gone in case anyone has any other questions. Otherwise, have a good night, and I will see you next week.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Yeah. Bye. And here part two of the answer. Come on inside. So the first thing we did was lay the floor, and I decided to go with checkered vinyl because vinyl won't crack in the weather, and I use my camper in the summer and the winter. So if you use linoleum, if it heats up and then it gets really cold in the winter, you're actually likely to get cracks that can throughout your floor. So it's a little softer material, but I did decide to go with the vinyl because it won't crack. Building this in March in Colorado, so it was so cold that we could barely get it to bend. So we had to heat up the whole camper to try to get it. And we pushed it up and screwed it in, and we screwed it into a 1x2 that we put across the whole radius to just shorten that radius so it wasn't so sharp that it would be a more gradual curve on either side. So we did the same plastic paneling behind the kitchen, and we did the same thing. We shortened that radius with a 1x2 in the corner and screwed directly into that. My dad works in Alaska, so while he was gone, I did all the insulation myself. So I cut all of the panels, did all the insulating, and insulating the roof, I have relief cuts in the foam insulation so that it would go to the radius of the roof. And it's kind of a funny story. There's no insulation in this square right here because when we put up the roof paneling, we totally forgot that it fell out. And then after we finished the paneling, we saw the insulation laying in the garage. After having to heat up the whole camper, it was such a pain that we just decided to leave it out. When we did all the paneling, like I said in my last video, we planned out where we were going to put all the light switches. You can still barely see. We have them labeled with numbers because all the wiring was really complicated. So we had to label everything with numbered tape that went with the number on the light switch. So we cut out all of our switches from the paneling and cut out all of our holes for our pot lights. And these are just LED pot lights I got off of Amazon for like $25 for a set of four. There's one under the kitchen, one here, and two in the back. This switch controls these two right here. The switch in the back controls just that one right above you. The switch right here is just the same. I really, really love these LED pot lights because the LEDs don't use a lot of power. So on my 12-volt system with my solar panel, I can run them all day and my batteries don't run out. I have two batteries back here. I have it opens up, and this is my battery box. So I have two car batteries in here that are wired together, and I have all of my solar panel controls, and I have a shelf under all of my batteries for my shore power cord to be wrapped up so that it just pulls right out and it doesn't consume all of my batteries. So the whole bed is actually made out of frames. So if you come in here, you can see that this is all super light. Being a tow trailer, it's important that everything stays light. So we built this out of wooden frames, and we framed out all of the pieces on a big table and biscuit jointed them together, and then screwed them into the floor with this aluminum angle iron to keep it really light and really sturdy. Top of the bed is just a piece of plywood, and it's supported on the back side with a 1x3 directly screwed into the steel supports of the trailer. So with the battery box, we have this big piano hinge. We just cut the top of the bed and then enclose the battery box. This is all framed out with those same frames, but then we just used a finish nailer and nailed in all of this really nice beadwork paneling to keep it light and classy. Here I have one of my shore power outlets and my shore power control box, which goes directly into my battery box with all my electrical stuff. Back here, I have another shore power outlet and my carbon monoxide and smoke detector. I also have my USB outlet right here, which runs off of my solar panel. Under here is my shelf. I wanted to have some kind of bedside table, but I didn't want it to take up a bunch of space. So we decided to do a shelf under my bed so that I could set my phone and anything else that I need, like my notebooks or books while I'm in bed. And under the shelf, I have my refrigerator cooler. It's called an Cool cooler. It was $300 off Amazon. It's done really well. It runs off of my solar panel really well, but I can also have an adapter to convert it and plug it into my shore power if I actually have a chance to plug in. The drawer that it's on, we built from scratch. It has custom ball joint guides, and this front piece supports it so that if anybody were to step on it, it's not going to snap our guides. It will just catch it. Nobody can break it on accident. Under my cubbies, I have all of my backpacking gear in here, all of my stove stuff, my backpacks, my hammocks, all of my extra camping gear just kind of lives in this box. I have this trim piece down here that holds all of that stuff in. These are all my clothes that I keep in just these clear bins. They organized. Got my yoga mat down there. And then I have the same buffer system here to keep my mattress on my bed. And then the same kind of bed stopper. So just like the back deck with the grass was my mom's idea, these curtains were also my mom's idea. And she made these for me, which are super cute. They match the whole theme color of the camper. We started the kitchen. We framed out the front. We did supports here that went into the steel, then a support in the middle, and then a support on the far left. We ran 1x3s down the back on top of the paneling into the steel supports back there, and ran our cross supports for the shelves inside to this cross support that goes all the way from the front frame, and set our shelf on top of those cross supports here, and our countertop set on top of the cross supports that go on top. I finished all of that pretty much right before my kayak season last year, and I was just ready to go camp in it. So we left it half done. We had the bed done and the countertop and the bottom shelf done, but we had no cabinet doors, no upper cabinet, and just left it half finished so that I could take off the camp for the summer. And the following winter and spring, we came back to the camper belt and we started on this top cabinet. And the way that this is supported is a piece of plywood that's screwed into the steel at the radius of the front of the camper. A 1x2 and cut relief cuts all the way through it so that we can take that 1x2 and screw it in at that same radius into the front steel support. And this top shelf is sitting on is these two front trim pieces. And I decided to do trim instead of 1x2 because it just looks a lot classier and a lot nicer than just normal 1x2. On either side, this front shelf is supported on the front, and then on the back it sits on that 1x2 with the relief cuts that sits on top of that board, screwed into the steel. Top shelf with the same stencil that we used to cut the countertop and the bottom shelf, the radius of the front of the camper. We just made that out of cardboard, sketched it, and then cut the cardboard and sketched it, cut the cardboard until it fit perfectly in there. We used that same stencil to cut this piece of plywood. We pieced together the pieces on the top shelf to make my front-facing cabinet, covered it with beadboard to cover up all the seams and pieces where we joined our way together. After we built the top cabinet, we cut a hole in the top of the counter for the sink. My sink is just a mixing bowl. We cut a hole in the bottom of it and added a drain for all the plumbing, but it's just a mixing bowl. From my original CAD design, my idea was to do a mixing bowl. After we cut the mixing bowl hole, we framed out the supports for the drawer. We had to add this support so that we could have something to mount our drawer guide to on that side, and we just used the original support on this side to mount this one. This drawer was really hard to make because the whole front of this camper, since it was wrecked multiple times, it was really hard to build all of this stuff into the front of the kitchen because nothing was straight, nothing was at 90 degrees, all the angles were weird. So this drawer took basically an entire day to build just to get it to go in right for the guides to flow, but now it's all worth it because it works. So we built the drawer from scratch, and it actually pulls out like so, and it's just a solid wood drawer, biscuit jointed together, used a finish nailer, and added the front face of the drawer later on. We built all of the cabinet doors the same way that we built the bed frame. So all of the cabinet doors are built with these 1x2 wood pieces and biscuit jointed together on each of the angles. All of the bottom cabinets has piano hinges. Here you can see the piano hinges going all the way down on either side. Even this one has a huge piano hinge going all the way up. And this top cabinet has these 90-degree hinges which are actually supported hinges themselves, but our door is just a little too heavy for a tiny support. So we added this boat spring. Basically, you put it up and it props itself up, and then hit it, and it goes right down. Because everything in the front of this camper was not straight. It was really hard to get everything to line up in a perfect way on the front of the cabinet. So when we installed them, we had to cut cardboard shims and slide pieces under to make it the perfect height to make everything line up and make sure all the doors open 90 degrees so that they can drive on the ground. To keep my door shut, we have magnets on the insides of my cabinets here. It just magnet shut. As long as there's not something super heavy inside the cabinet, I haven't had a problem with the cabinet doors opening or anything flying out. And we managed to line up all of our beadboard paneling with all of our cabinets. So even here, when you look at the door face and police door cabinets, our beadboard runs straight through it for a really nice clean look. Also, using that same stencil that we made out of cardboard for the shelves, we used to cut our sheet metal for my countertop. And if you look under here, we also have a heat guard to protect against the flames that might come up from my stove. And we had to cut around this trim piece, which was kind of hard, but we just laid it down and then used a Sharpie and traced around it and kind of guessed. But once we siliconed around the whole edge of the countertop, you can barely even tell. And we folded the edge over the front edge of the countertop to hide some of the plywood that just didn't really look great. We also used the same metal that we used for the countertop and for the heat guard, and my dad built this ductwork from scratch. We painted it the same color as the range hood, mounted the range hood just right up here on top of the cabinet. The ductwork is over 2 computer fans that are attached to the fan that goes directly outside. We flip on the switch, and it's really quiet, but it actually moves a lot of air. I can suck bugs and smoke out of my camper with my range hood. Also really nice that I have my little light right there that just sits right over my sink and it's attached to the fan that goes directly outside. We flip on the switch, and it's really quiet, but it actually moves a lot of air. I can suck bugs and smoke out of my camper with my range hood. Also really nice that I have my little light right there that just sits right over my sink and it's right next to my range hood, so I can look both on at the same time. And when we did my countertop, we used flooring glue, and it has held up really, really well. There's no bubbles, it's smooth, and it works better than we thought. Make sure it's set right. We put all of our weightlifting weights all over the countertop to hold it down nice and tight, and clamps to pinch in our edge. This stove was my great grandfather's stove, and it's super cool to have that family heirloom in here. That's just really special to me, and it was really cool. The first time we got to cook on that, it was really special. The way my propane works is this piece of pipe that goes out this direction runs down my counter behind my drawer, back there, down behind here, and it runs directly out the front of the camper and straight to the propane tank. Plumbing on my sink. The plumbing runs all the way down from here to my water jug, which has the connections on that, and then we have a gray water hose just outside the camper, which goes out and into a bucket. And sort of last minute, I was about to take off on my trip. We added a few extra things like my towel rack, which just acts as my handle for my cabinet. We added the fire extinguisher, some hooks, which are super handy for my keys. I always seem to lose my keys in small space, so having a place specifically for my keys was really needed. I also added this bar that just goes from the steel supports on either side, and I can hang my clothes on it. It just makes it a lot more accessible to get to all my clothes and stuff. Basically, that's the ins and outs of my camper. Everything that we did to build it, all the little things that we had to do to get over some of the things. And if you have any questions, like, subscribe, or message me on Instagram at @KidDiet.
Quit it. Let's close it off. Somebody's very mean. Okay, girls. Somebody doesn't like us. No. Somebody is punishing. They hate us. Somebody hates us. That's really bad. Don't they? But we'll be okay. We'll be okay, girls. I promise. No matter what, I'll take you with me. You come with me, okay, babies? All right. Don't worry. You're gonna spend the rest of your lives with me. Okay. I'm not gonna let Dr. Randall put you down. I promise. I'm not gonna take you back to him. No. Okay? No. We ain't going back to that widow. Huh? We'll never do that to my babies. No. What are they crazy? No, but I might have to put if you keep coughing, honey, I might have to put you up in that bedroom. You don't want me to do that, do you? I have to put you up there and you can sit with Tom. Tommy, you can cough up there. Hmm? I'm sorry, I couldn't give you no food, honey. No, because I don't know why your cough all of a sudden got worse. Hmm? I feel bad that I can't share my food with you, princess. Hmm? God has really used my doggies, hasn't he? I had the best I had the best security doggies ever, didn't I? Yeah, I wouldn't have made it without my doggies. No, good girls. Yeah, so pretty, kid. Doesn't Princess look so pretty too with all that hair? She looks so pretty with her hair. Yeah, she need a haircut. Princess want a little tummy rub before bed. Okay, let me see. Yeah, Princess want a little. Oh, you just wait now. Yeah, Princess want a little tummy rub before we go to bed. Yeah. Okay. Night, night. Me. Girls, you girls keep a good eye out because somebody really, really doesn't like us girls. They really are being really mean to us. Aren't they, girls? There's a, I don't know how many there is. Hmm? I don't know what else to do, girls. Hmm? Somebody is very, very mean to us. I don't know what we're dealing with, girls. You keep an eye, girls. You don't let nobody sneak in here now. You be good Proverbs 31 doggies, okay? You promise? Girls are getting old, but, well, Princess is getting old. Yeah, I'm not going back to that guy, Dr. Randall. Is he German or something? Is he some kind of Nazi doctor or what? Put the dog down for a cough? No. What an asshole for saying that, huh? What an asshole. Can you imagine? No. Over a cough, I wouldn't put no doggy down for nothing. No. She could have died natural causes. Yeah, my doggy it's for better or worse, isn't it, honey? Yeah, they're crazy. Yeah. Um, yeah. Well, can I get some rest now, honey? I don't know what the witches and the warlocks are doing. But they're all over the place apparently. Uh, but we're doing the right thing, girls, and I love you. We're not afraid of them anymore. We don't have to be afraid. All they did was they watched us. They waited for us at a weak moment, didn't they, girls? Like the sissy little singing choir boys they is. Coward. Cowards of the canyon, really they are. They gotta carry around all their big weaponry. They watch you with all their technology. And so they wait for when you're the weakest. And they prey on you like a predator, don't they, girls? They tell you to put your dog down, don't they, honey? But we're not afraid because we know who we serve, don't we, girls? Yeah. Yes. God will get us through, girls, I promise. God will get us through. We'll find somewhere to go, girls. We'll find somebody that loves us. We'll find somebody that will treat us with dignity and respect as a human being. We will, girls, I promise. Yeah, I suppose we should probably do it, shouldn't we? Yeah, we better wash our. We better we better brush our teeth because I'm gonna go to sleep for a while. I'm sleeping in tomorrow. I'm gonna sleep in a while here. I'm tired. You got pretty too, honey. Yeah. 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 What about That don't help a little, girls. Boy, that was creeping in, huh, girls? Boy, I didn't pay attention about that heat wave. I got my first little heat rash there summer days. Yeah, but I nipped it in the butt. I think. Is that what they do? They nip it in the butt? Nip it in the bud. Yeah. Crazy. Nip it in the bud. 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 Yeah. But, oh, that felt good, girl. Ooh, daddy back to the moon. Yeah, what's up? Well, thank you, Jesus. Well, thank you for the heart. Thank you for the heart of cortisone cream. Jesus is the son of God. Yeah. I think that's what it is, girls. That's the sign. That's what this whole thing was about. All that night, I'm a Jehovah's Witness. We're you're Jehovah's Witness, doggy skirts. Yeah, all this nonsense we've been going through, God was trying to get our attention. That's all it was, girls. But I get to scream all over now. Thank you. Oh, boy, if I would have let that go, I got most of it. It'll be 99%. It'll be 99% gone and by in the morning there. Yeah. Oh, yes. Thank you, Jesus. I don't feel what? I don't feel so good, though. Somebody's being very, very mean to us, aren't they, girls? Hmm? Say hi to the YouTube doggies. Yeah. So, you think we can go out and see? I don't know, girls, if we can make it with Leslie. But even if we could get Dad to try to agree to it, I don't think so, girls. I think we might have to find our own river, girls. We're not going to tell them too much, you know. We're going to surprise them. You know what I mean? We got to throw them off our trail a little bit, girls. After we get rid of this, get all these cameras and stuff, girls. We don't want people to know where we're going, right? I mean, you could live to be a 20. I don't know, though. You're kind of high strung. You can live, you girls can live quite a few more years. We can have some good times together yet. I mean, we can get 1 acre pile of water, girls. You can run outside and poop wherever you want. You can eat all the poop you want. And then you can kind of, you do that outside. I'll have a little area for you. You guys would like that, huh? You want to do that? You want to just go and you can go poopy and potty and eat all of it you want? Yeah. Well, I'm glad I did that. Okay. No, that's not. This is not. Oh, yes. Good night, babies. Oh, I don't feel good. Somebody's very, very mean. Very, very mean person, huh? Yeah. They like to hurt us. But we'll keep an eye out, huh? Girls? Yeah, well, that's it, girls. We're officially Jehovah's Witness now. Okay? That could be the only thing that could be the only thing God was trying to tell us, girls. That Jesus is not God. He is the Son of God. God is one. Okay? All right? That could be the only reason why we had to experience all this terrorism. And I mean terrorism. There's only so much they could do. I suppose they could try to turn you into Kirk Dahlheimer, I suppose, Andrews. But then they'd have a really big fucking cover up on their hands. Sure, I suppose they could fucking hire you, but if you ain't hiring dry girls, if you ain't playing with Oscar Mayer Wiener, you ain't fucking drunk. They got other shit to do, and then it's just a shit show for them mostly. Cause enough time passed, there's all kind of people, fucking weirdos everywhere. Fucking big bulls and shit. There's all kinds of fucking weirdos out there. So I mean, I suppose if they wanted, I mean, of course they could fucking do whatever they want. They got the big fucking 350 faggot 7, and they got the polar bears, a bunch of them, and they can just haul you away, do what they want. But I mean, they probably just wanna, they figure, hey, we figure walk into our drop, but we'll give them next time. Why go through all the problem? Because he's gonna give us hell anyways. He's gonna give us hell with this. Let it go, huh? Let the guy go. Let him go see his daddy. Too much pain. Too much fucking pain around here, huh, girls? Too much fucking bullshit. It could only be that. What else could it be, girls? I don't know what else it could be. Maybe I think it's sign from God. I was back and forth in the swimming pool. I think she go up and down the pool and that. I watch her swim up and down. And I go back and forth between this or that. And I think that settles it. Jesus is the Son of God, period. He is not God. He doesn't need to be God. These same assholes that fucking terrorize me, they're the Trinity motherfuckers. Okay? They fucking terrorize me, think they shit don't stink. And they the fucking polar bears, you know? Okay? Yeah, whatever. We'll give them hell, you know? I'm just glad I don't act like that Joseph or whatever the fuck his name is. What a cocky bastard that guy is. Some girls, thank God I'm not that guy. What a prick. Hmm? What an arrogant prick. I try to be his friend, but he just nothing but an arrogant, absolute prick. Hmm. Hmm. Maza doesn't have him called back. Mommy doesn't have the energy. She doesn't. I understand, girls. You know, she's old. She wants peace, but you know, I mean, you think mommy would call once in a while and say good night to her little boy, huh? But she says, no, my time it goes so fast. I don't feel good. She don't know. She doesn't say hi very often anymore, girls. You know, she gave me crash course. She gave me. She say, "Oh well, you better get used to be without your mommy." So now I'm your mommy. I'm not going to talk to you because maybe I don't live much longer. And then you say, "Mommy, mommy," but no, you're okay because your mommy don't talk to you no more. You're all right. Hmm. Well, hopefully, girls, but they can only whatever. I don't know. Maybe the world's so evil they could do. Maybe they're gonna let that. Maybe they're gonna let that. I don't know. What the hell we come up here for? I don't know, girls. You so well. Why is he talking and not practicing? Brad Pitty boys going to give me. I got Carl from. Elise talk when she work at the nursery now. Well, you have to talk to Papa. He tell you what days a week. And I'm saying, why the hell do you tell me what days of the week she have off? like you know. And so you say, well, you have to talk to Daddy. So Brad Pitty boy, he says, hey Nicky boy, come here, I'll pay you $1,000. 1,000 rupees per day. You don't even have to always work 8 hours. Sometime longer, sometime you move wire for Brad Pitty boy, and then maybe you'll become actor. So Brady Pitt boy says to me. So I'm just practicing my voiceovers. Okay, it's not multi personality. It's not borderline. I'm just practicing for my new role. Brady Pitty boy, he always promised me. I talked to Brady Pitty boy on the talk, the IRC for 20 years off and on, you see. I talk to everybody. Okay? I know everybody. Okay? Look, so don't accuse me. Don't get all the mayors together. People have too much time to worry about other people's lives. Okay? You can't tell I don't bother nobody. People bother me. That's what's happening. People are bothering me. Okay? Why I ends up in remember why you remember why I'm in Forest Lake, don't you? Oh, my beautiful daughter, my beautiful. Did I tell you about my daughter Madeline? Well, that's the only one I know of. Okay, I probably have one, two, three, maybe more. I don't know. I'm telling you, the girls prep. You remember how they throw the panties at Tiger and all them when they go to the galley? Yeah, the girls used to do that to me too. I used to have to beat them off with baseball bat. I have to run from all the girls, or they just smother me. Okay, trust me. I don't. Maybe I have a baby or two out there. I don't know. Okay, but I come up here. Mama moves up here 20 some year, 12. Boy, it's been a long time now. So about 10 years, we says, mommy, what you, she says, yes, you got to get out of the city. Why don't you come move up this way towards your mommy? And then Bill will go on the weekends. Me, you, and Madeline. Yeah, just the three of us. We did once. We went up to Webster. I think twice. We did twice. One time we stayed in Grantsburg at the hotel. The one hose, they crap, there was people outside in the car. That was weird. That was very bizarre, I remember. I don't know, they was drunk, but they was doing the hubba hubba ride. And those walls in Grantsburg, there's like paper thin, okay? You can hear everything. Nothing even like this place, okay? I mean, you can hear everything, but that's one thing. Hey, get a room, hubba hubba, mommy. Hey, mommy, hubba hubba. Let's get a room. That's one thing, but they're outside, right outside in the car. And I've got my daughter. She's only at this time. She probably, well, I suppose she would have been. Well, she would have only been about 6 or 7. Okay. This is not how I want my daughter to learn about the birth and the bees. Wait, Daddy, what's that noise? What noise, Daddy? I don't lie to you. I don't know, honey. what's this noise outside in the car? Those people making the funny noise. They sound like monkeys, Daddy. Yeah, I don't know, honey. What? You must be hearing things, darling. Go to sleep. Uh, so one time we stayed in Grantsburg. One time there, the only place that got there overnight. We stayed there. One time I think did we stay one time? Yeah, we went one time up to Weber. Yeah, so we stayed. We go jacuzzi, and that was it. Then it became old John. You see, John. It was weird. I don't know. Mommy abandoned me. She wouldn't. All of a sudden, she wouldn't want to do anything. I was very, very angry at Maza. You know, the whole reason I moved up to bumfuck Egypt, you know, Tim fuck Baktu up this way with all the fucking polar bear was because my daughter, but my mother, every so weekend. And we had these plans, okay? And then that didn't work out. So then I got frustrated with this place. Little Ricky boy come, won't fix my water problem, okay? So I'm very mad about Babylon. I'm up here. What the fuck am I doing up here? Yeah, you got me up here for no goddamn reason. And so I got pissed off and I got mad because of the water problem. And then, you know, I had problem. So I started drinking quite a bit. Got a DWI or two, huh? Yeah, because I have no purpose except for little Matthew boy to come fuck with me and the rest of the fucking polar bears. They're so fucking bored up here because so they're like, oh, let's go fuck with Nicky boy some more. We don't like him anyways. He's not one of us. He doesn't believe Jesus is God anymore. He knows. Because I don't know what else it could be. So you says, well, mommy, then you're like, well, it's kind of nice to be out of the city, especially when they burn the goddamn place all down. You says, well, hey, I knew I should probably have moved away from there. It's okay, maybe the fishing's pretty good that way, but there's no girl. I cannot find any of these girls. They talk about that was who was I talking to? They tell me, hey, if you look real careful, you find one in the dress. There's only a couple left, and then she got them sticks, and she starts spinning the yarn with it and playing with them sticks for you. I never did find one of them either. So then, you know, time goes on, and you say, hey, what am I doing up here? I have no purpose. So you go to school, you work part-time, you know, whatever. You see mommy once in a while. But no more meddling. You're really, really pissed about that. Oh, you're really, really go watch the videos. You're really, really mad about that. Never worked out. See. No, Maddie was my baby. I tried very hard. I tell you story, right? I have all that. I went through all the parenting classes. Okay, remember all the girls want to hub me all the time since I got this high. They won't leave me alone. The only person more was Brandon. I don't know how he do it. I said he had special rocks in his pocket. I should have asked him to empty his pocket, show me what he had in his pockets. He was better than I. Not many, but he was one that was better. He could them girls. I don't know what he was doing to them girls to get them so goofy, but yes. And then you says, okay, well, so you said, well, maybe I have more, but that's different. but this I take ownership for my Matty baby because well I wanted her. I tried very very hard. Uh, I intended to have her to bring her into this world. I thought about her. I pray. I think about her. I spend the early time with her. I go to all the parenting classes. I pass every UA for 6 months. Her druggy mother blames me for everything, so she ruined my credit. Bullshit. And then it was her mother playing games with her, not giving. So you stay away from that oh, that bad guy, that horrible guy to read this Bible all the time. And then you say, okay, well, so also Michelle, she failed for how many UA? She can't pass a UA for months. She doesn't even care. She doesn't even care. She can't even stay sober and it's her first baby. Well, the first one she kept anyways. Okay? But the drugs were more important to her. And if it wasn't me, it'd be little Dusty boy. Where's the garbage man? Little Dusty, is he next door again? I told him to get the fuck out of town. And then they blame me. They always they always looking for somebody to be the goat. They sleep with the goat. They play with it. Then they try and as Nancy tell me, so remember they don't tell me nothing all my life. Nancy, my friend Nancy Pelosi, she finally tells you because you couldn't get away if you said something like that. Even a few years ago, they would never, there would be a, there would be a riot. But Nancy finally, be careful, they've got goats. You don't know what the next door, they've got a goat, they're sleeping with the goat. They're doing the same thing you do, but then they make you the scapegoat. I said, thank you, Nancy, I thank you. They never tell me nothing, Nancy. And I says, I just don't. I quit drinking. I don't smoke. I like the naked lady, but I just want one naked lady for myself for the rest of, forever. But I can't find one that wears the dress to get them stick shot. But then Michelle, she blamed me. Everybody blame me, always blame me. I'm not saying I did that right either, but I love Maddie and I try very, very hard. So, a lot of bad feelings there. I love her very, very much. They won't let me see her. And I pass all the drug tests. Yes. I pass all the drug tests. I can't pass no drug test. So now I'm fucking stuck here. And I never did get a relationship with my baby. Nope, she fucking hates me and loves another man. She loves another fucking man. Hmm? That's your fucking sick and fucking twisted, tutti fruity fucking liberal. That's what they do. They steal your fucking children. And then they try to turn you into a fucking goat, fucking frame you. They fucking lay the bait for you. And then you go chase the fucking bait, they fucking hang you. And they're doing the same goddamn thing. Goddamn cocksuckers. So you say, okay, I study accounting finally. What am I doing up here? I can only think. So I said on the chat, fucking back in the day, get drunk and talk to people, like going to the bar, get a couple DWIs. Remember Sharon, she had a boner for me. She out there, she must have been 50 pounds sitting out there where eating them jelly donuts. She'd come finally, after sitting out there for 8 hours, she'd come knock on the door and she'd have, jelly dripping down her cheek. Then Matthew would be there trying to tell me what the fuck to do with my counter. Fuck. And back then, I was, trying to be respectful because I'm in the town. I don't want no problem. But I'm like, who the fuck are you telling me what the fuck I can do? You have a fucking gun. You force yourself into my house. And you wonder why the fuck I don't answer you for Rick that day? No, you don't, little Matthew. Because you were in here telling me what the fuck to do in my house. My own fucking home. So you say, well, what am I doing up here? Only God. Only thing I could think of is now that's what. So I sit on the pill talk. Mom takes Madeline. My daughter falls in. She loves another man. And then I'm here, so then I drink and smoke and do this, that. Look at naked lady once in a while. And then, the little peckerwood across the street try to tell me how to fuck empty my garbage. I'm thinking, what in the fuck did I come up with this fucking place for? What do you want, God? I have no purpose. I last for a while, then I get drunk, get trouble. I said, fuck this shit. So I quit, but then I'm looking on the bell. I talk on the chat. I says, what is the purpose of God? I listen to these people talk about God all these years, and they go back and forth. It seemed to me it's kind of a cult. Oh, Jesus is good. Jesus is good. Jesus is good. It's kind of a cult. I almost feel like, to be honest with you now. And none of them really ever stuck up for me, really, except for the one, but I'm not going to talk about it. And that was it. The rest is pure misery. So I can only conclude that his whole idea is that he wanted to settle once for all. He says, look, I am God and God is one. I have an active force. It is called the Holy Spirit. If you want to think of it as God, whatever, but I'm God and this is my spirit I use. And this is my son Jesus that I created. If it make you feel better to think that I am this person and that some magic or whatever, I don't care, but I'm God. I created this guy named Jesus, and he's my son, and I send him to earth to die for your sin. Real simple. Okay. And now you fuckers cause me all these problems, so then I have to share it with the fucking world, so at least somebody will fucking maybe know. Not that they care or anything like this. I know nobody care. If there's not money, power, or sex involved, nobody gives a flying fuck. Oh, it took you 45 years to figure out that. Yep, it did. I was a sheltered little boy. My mommy protected me pretty well, you know. She wanted me to be not get hurt, you know. But then at the end, you know, she had to. So she kind of had to do what she did in the beginning, you know, just the opposite, so that she was sure that I could handle the world, you know, without mommy every day, you know, mommy talk to mommy 3, 4, 5 times a day. Oh, mommy, 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 I love you, mommy. Where's my mommy? You know, but then see, that's the problem. Then on the tail end, then you're like, oh, where's my mommy? Where's then you got the fucking polar bear thing, he can push you around. So then you have to say, mommy, mommy. Then mommy says, I need to make you a man now. It's gonna hurt, but you'll be better. You'll be okay. Cause mommy can't be here forever. I love you, mommy. So then you go and pull this shit on me, and then you fucking embarrass me, you fucking lie, and you put my fucking life in fucking danger. And now you've ruined, I can't live in this fucking town. And basically, I'll be lucky to fucking steal well, you can lock me up if you really fucking want to waste your fucking time, I guess, but I'll be lucky, happy just to fucking get the fuck out of here and forget about it, okay? I tried. I didn't lie. I was not a phony. I tell the truth 100%. Every feeling, okay. I had to embarrass myself. I had to show it not, well, the court, it was already published to the public. What the fuck's the difference? Okay, so there it is. I had to embarrass myself to the whole world. But hey, I tried. I tried. I give it my best. I tried. Now I don't ever. Now maybe I'll just become fucking gay. Now I know why men become gay, huh? Ha! No, I don't like men. But I could see how. I could see it as funny. Ah, you wanted me to be funny? I can see after what I've been through. The guy's like, fuck this. I'm not going with no women. I'm either going to spend 6 months down at the pool with the alligators and the anacondas down in Florida. The other 6 months I'm going to be at the fishing shack, and I think I think I'm going to start dating men. No, I would. I'm a Christian. I wouldn't. I'm a Jehovah's Witness. I believe Jesus is the Son of God. I believe in the Bible. The Derby. The Pinewood Derby, the Derby. I like the Derby translation to it. That's a good translation. The Derby. That's a good J Dub. Okay. So no. I'm a Christian. I just don't. I don't believe in this Trinity anymore. Okay. That could be the only thing that God is doing. After all the bullshit I've been through. So there you go. That's what's happening, and you know everything else. And so I'm very very tired. But I'm trying to have a plan. You know, if I'm going to study accounting, I need $2,000, or I need to take a loan, which I could do. Maybe take a loan, make small payment. Maybe not good idea, but maybe perhaps option. Like I said, if I'm going to drive my truck to California, it needs about $3,000 worth of work. Okay. You know, honest to God, I promise from the bottom of my heart, I swear to God, I am not trying to contact nobody. All I'm trying to do is stay alive, Your Honor. Mr. Yes, Mr. Hoffman, you know, I only want people to know the truth because they started to threaten my life. Okay? When my life became threatened, then I have to publish or perish. So I promise I'm not I don't want to bother nobody. I tried. They could not be any more clear that they hate my guts, okay? I'm not, it's just not Lacey Peterson or some fucking weirdo like, oh yeah, she still love me. She still love me. Oh yeah, I'm going to kidnap. What the fuck? And I just want to get the fuck out of here, okay, without that fucking polar bear. But you know, like I said, I want to watch after my parents. At least this guy, you know, he's grumpy. Care about, I care. I want him to have. I don't want him to. He needs to have a decent. I certainly don't want to see him have to go to an old folks' home. I see all these stories. They're a bunch of weirdos. They sodomize. I've seen the stories. They sodomize the people. What a bunch of sickos. The guys too. Fucking weirdos. They let them sit in the bed with the bed. They get the bed sores. And there's nothing against, but a lot of them, for some reason, if you look per capita, is it what we call it, per capita, or uh, they come from these foreign countries. They're not necessarily, they don't always like America. They're kind of mean, you know, they're ornery, they don't speak very good English. They send to work, a lot of them, in the old people home. All right. And they're not sometimes. Sometimes they're very nice, but sometimes they're not. It's nowhere. You don't know. And I don't want the guy to sit in the shit for 2 3 days. You know, I want him to feel good. You know, maybe he don't read the Bible, but he does. He hasn't had a drink in nearly 50 years. So sure, I think the guy deserves to be taken care of some way. Okay, so I want to try to help him. You understand what I'm saying? I know you do. But what I'm concerned with is evil. Evil calls evil evil, and they're evil. But they're in power. What can you do? You used to be able to mostly stay to yourself and be quiet, and just you look out for, you dodge Matthew mostly, you stay out of Matthew's way, and you have no problemos.
But it's not that way anymore. We all know that. So what exactly we do, we pray, we ask, you don't drink, you don't take drug, you don't abuse medication, prescription, you don't take illegal drug, you don't drink, smoke, you don't look at a naked lady, and you pray to God. You try to be nice and respectful, watch your mouth. You try not to cuss, you try to be kind. In accordance to the New World Translation of the Jehovah's Witness Bible, we go by that. Okay? And then you say, hey, I've done everything. If the judge and the evil people want to use you, you can't. If God going to let them, you can't. It don't matter where you go. And they'll have every little thing. They'll say, oh, this, that. Oh, look at this. Look at that. Look what he did there. What about you? What have you fucking done? What about he that is without sin cast the first stone, eh? But evil has taken over, permeated everywhere. And what about the penis? Did you remember the penis pump judge? Huh? This was, oh, that's got to be the most craziest one. The judge, I forget what was it, Pennsylvania or something. In the courtroom, in a government complex, he has a penis pump. And while he's overseeing the case, I mean, if that is not the most, I mean, you got how the hell you could be comfortable. Imagine, and that was 15 years ago. Imagine the shit that goes on you don't know about. I'm only half weird though. Most people are weird, but they want to make you their coach. So I want to take care of my parents, or at least try, but I don't know what to do. As I goddamn not gonna listen to mess, you tell me what I can do with my countertop. I really can't take too much more shit from the polar bear. Any polar bear. I got accounting to study. I need to fix my truck. There's no fucking way I'm working in this fucking town. Okay? So I say we just work together and we figure out a way to just be peaceful. I will stay in my home until I figure a way to go. But don't expect me to. You will not see me at the liquor store, the BP, nothing. I will not be purchasing any alcohol. Never again. You won't get any of that. So come, you better find somebody else. You're going to get real bored like Shannon. You know, and Shannon, she got so frustrated, she framed me too. Fucking, not just a fucking dirty probation officer. You know, but back then you're like, fuck, I ain't been in jail very much. So you want to watch your mouth, right? You want to be careful because you don't want to get too mousy because then, but after you've been through so much shit and you get fucking framed and then they want the double jeopardy and all the fucking bullshit, they want to bring something you did before or whatever, fuck them. So I guarantee it. As long as God allows it, I will be sleeping every night very well, very. I sleep like a baby. I sleep like a rock. Every night I love my sleep. Thank you, Jesus. But there's no way. There's nothing normal for me. Nothing I came up here for was anything worked out. Not nothing. Not a thing. And so my final answer is Jesus is not God to me. You'll have to deal with it. I'll deal with it. From here on, I say Jesus is the Son of God. That's my final answer. So that maybe that will help you decide whether you want to hurt me or whatever you want to do there. Go ahead.
How did this happen? Go to sleep. Lay down. Bed. What are you doing in there? What are you doing in there? Much medication helps. Alright. Come here. A lot of medications for you. My baby. My sweetie. Yeah. I mean, that's why I can't give it. So, I can't give it food because it feels so bad. Don't do that. I'm not gonna eat. No, I'm gonna go upstairs now. Alright? We gotta sort that. Alright? So I don't have to give it to her. Medication. Because now you're too big. I gave you too much. Or maybe I don't give you too much. But,
week and a half ago. Really before sunrise. I know it's not that impressive when it's sunrise, but go with me. Yeah. It's nice. Frosty, cold, October. Halloween morning, incidentally, zero. Out here.
Yeah, it's pretty close. Can you wait just maybe a few minutes? Want to come see me? You want to come see Daddy? Come and see Daddy. Hmm? No?
Famous actor, he was in the Santa Claus trilogy. He's
Thank you. Thanks, Dave.
Buzz Lightyear being his favorite last man's. And then you'd be in the studio and they'd go, you got the Whitmer jokes out, he could say it, why can't I do this? Redo. Thank you. How in the hell am I supposed to follow that? Good God. Anyway, Jesus. Anyway, who was he talking about? I'm sitting there. Anyway, I welcome to this room, and I'm so amazed to be here. Thank you, Dr. Arnn, and all of the faculty and the family and the friends and the donors and everybody for having me here, and of course the families and the special guests, Pat Sajak, all of whom must be saying, who is this again? Why is he standing there? I consider this thing so many, I said yes to this. I don't really believe I actually said yes to it. There's a lot of calls. Let me think. I got stuff to do. I got to ride my bike. I don't. It brought up so many things that I have to think about, and I was terrified of it. I really was. It's a great honor, actually, to digest this in here. Humbled is the word. I've seen almost 2 days of this, all of you people, and orchestras and the students, and actually changed me. I came in with some ideas, and I now have to really
flourish my ideas in my head and say what I'm going to say. This isn't Las Vegas, as some of my writers said. Please don't do your Vegas act. So much more. I mean, there's some of me. You got the Whitmer jokes out. He could say it. Why can't I do this? Breathe. No, listen. Look, hey, I get it. I forget that I'm in Michigan again, and of course, pure Michigan. For the last 11 years, I've been the voice of this great state for their tourism. Thank you. I have to only share it when I'm in Michigan. I know a lot of people aren't actually from Michigan, but when I'm doing those voice commercials, it's also a step outside of my comfort zone. Taking orders from people in the studios and the Ken Erickson downstate. I think I'm a big shot. I know how to talk. No, you don't. Slow it down. And I learned how to do great voiceovers for an absolutely gorgeous, magnificent state, which I adore. But every now and then you'd be in the studio and they go, it's after this Grand Haven, the beaches, and the beautiful Michigan sunsets, fishing, walking with your family. Cut to when you tour the great bean fields of the Saginaw Valley. And I'd have to go, can we stop for just a second? Has anybody been to the goddamn green fields of Saginaw Valley? No offense to people that live in the bean fields of Saginaw Valley, but God, I don't want to visit the bean fields of Saginaw Valley. You go to Bay City, there's a river walk. Let's move quickly past it to Quamanon Bridge and get up north. Yeah, I honor this end of the chapter in your graduate's life, the class of 2021 in Hillsdale. I applaud you guys. It is an amazing day, and now it starts a new chapter. And that's kind of where it came from to me, what my college thinking. You think of me as Mike Baxter, as you heard, Tim the Toolman, Taylor, Buzz Lightyear. All of these characters were never my goal. That's where I go off track here. I'm all of those things and literally none of those things. To be honest with you, I'm a family comedian on television. I do Disney movies, Santa Claus, for God's sakes. And the truth is, I hate children. Sorry. One of mine is right there in front of me, and she hears this. I'm fond of you. I did the Santa Claus movie, and it was one of my prayers. In a bad part of my life, I asked God, I want to be on the Johnny Carson show. And I prayed and I prayed and I prayed in a desperate time of my life to focus on that. I got on the Tonight Show, but never as a comedian, which is what I've been for 44 years. I was on there for Home Improvement and Santa Claus, and I was telling God, damn it, I hate children. How did you do this to me? I did a Santa Claus movie in Santa Claus outfit with children as extras. We didn't use short people or the Game of Thrones dude size, whatever the legal term is for that. We didn't use, I don't know what you're supposed to say anymore. You can't say any word. I live in the People's Republic of California, so we get reminded all the time what you can and cannot think or say. But I do a movie dressed as Santa Claus, and children are like cats. The more you dislike them, the more they come around you. I walked into the dressing room with the director. I said, you got to keep these damn kids away from me. Bugging me, asking me about this, asking me about this. He said, you got to slow down and stop using the F-bomb in front of these kids, all right? You're dressed like Santa Claus. I said, oh, hell, I am. I looked in the mirror. I said, well, I get it. And I had kids asking me, because they're wonderful, but kind of stupid. Come on, kids. You know, what does Santa Claus eat? How the hell would I know what Santa Claus eats? I come up with a reindeer, I guess. I mean, it's all I could come up with. It was a lot of pressure to do this gig, so I went online and I looked up a lot of other commencement speeches, how they do them. And generally, the good ones had somehow a music track behind them. And I thought I couldn't really afford anything. I have a buddy has a polka band in Kalkaska. That doesn't seem right. It just seemed a bit Germany oompa-y thing. So it would help me if you visualize oboes, bass bassoons behind me right now. It'll help with everything. Just in your head, consider a big band back here. Maybe it'll work. Maybe it won't. About me, I started my love of philosophy. That's what I went to school for. Religious studies, philosophy, design. That's where I started. So I say that with part of my history is the foundation of my present moment. I sit here and I accept, as everyone must, I think, the blessings in their life. But if that is true, the blessings of my life, so are the tragedies of my life and the mistakes. They define me as well as my blessings. Self-will or determination, that's been my life, all through my life. The arguments I've had with God, is it your will, or is it my will, or is it determined? If you're a philosophy major, authority and determination. If you're a physics guy with the slit experiment, hey, it might be both. So study physics, and you'll go freaking nuts. That's what'll happen. Tragedy defines something in my life. Age 11, my father was killed tragically. And we lived in Denver, Colorado, and my world turned upside down. I was a popular kid in the Denver schools, and I moved with my mom's family back to Detroit, outside of Detroit. During the riots, at that time it was 68, didn't know there was tanks. Kind of interesting to me. I said, I think I'm gonna like this place. I had no idea what that was about, riots, but look, there's an army tank. I love tanks. This is gonna be a nice place to live. I was a popular kid in Denver. I moved to Detroit, outside of Detroit, where people did not wear white socks with Converse. You were mentally challenged if you wore that. My family name is Dick. I had adolescent acne. I was a new kid in the school, from popular to geeky. I knew immediately about horror, cruelty, judgment. It was in my face all the time. I reacted with anarchy like I normally do. I withdrew. I learned how to lie effectively. I mean, that's literally what I do for a living. I say shit that doesn't mean anything to me, but I hope I say it well enough that you say, hey, that's a great thing. Dishonesty, but I also utilize my gifts of comedy to separate myself from other people. It's a good defense mechanism. I became exactly like Che Guevara once knew. You became what you resent. Every revolutionary will come up to this point where they become exactly what they hated. Just look at Cuba. Everything I envied, I was jealous of, I became that. I did what I did to become a very popular kid in the school downstate. I moved up into the popular kid. But you know what's funny about me when I thought about it? I always remember the kids that were there with me when I was geeking. The AV guys, the auto shop, when they had shop, remember that? They had ethics class, remember that? Ethics, what are those things? That's the hat off thing. But all the kids that were there with me when I was a geek, never forgot them. Every class reunion, you go back to my school, and all the geeks run companies. All the cool kids are living outside of barns. I'm going to get a job one of these days. Yep. I'm on disability from GM. I thought you fixed your knee. Yeah, well, now it's my other side. I work that other side. Now I got a disability thing. I was never a very good student. School got in the way of goofing around. I was sent to the principal's office. I can't tell you how many times for being a disruption in class. Now, I didn't look at it that way. I was funnier than the teacher. He hit me with a ruler once and slit me from here to here. He apologized. I said, it's not your problem. I went down. Very big problem when the teacher draws blood. I don't care what area you're in. It's not good. I come home. Every parent that I said, oh my God, what happened? I get home. My mother looks at me and she goes, what did you do? The great mom there was 9 of us, raised us well, kind of. Just was fatigued at one point. Her line to me always was, Tim, you aim too high. Remember, the glass is half empty, Tim. Think about a civil service job, Work for the government. Oh, God, no. All my favorite teachers all my life were the ones I hated at the time. The ones that actually taught me. Miss Arner, English teacher at my high school, hated them. But she demanded that I explain what anarchy meant to me. She didn't care that I was an anarchist. She didn't care that I didn't believe in the American government. She just said, well, explain your position. It's interesting. I liked that. I didn't like teachers and professors that taught me what to do, but what to think. I don't want to give his name away, but he was my painting teacher in college. He didn't like what I was painting. I hated it. He said, you're supposed to teach me how to paint, not what to paint. There's a big difference. He didn't see the difference. And by the way, your painting sucked. Horrible big elephants and stupid stuff that he painted. I never learned how to paint from him. College, that was a big deal. And here I am. I regret not going to Hillsdale. is amazing to be sitting here. History, you teach Constitution, highest standards of education. Faculty is great students. Look at all this. Promotes critical thinking and debate. Imagine that. College doesn't take any money from the government. Yes, come on. I would rank this school top of the heap, but I didn't want to go. I lie. It was a talking point. There's just way too much emphasis here on grades. You know, personality, not so much. You know, and a no slam to where I went to Central Michigan University in Mount Pleasant. Beautiful weather there. It's great. I think it was a minus 11 degrees every day in the middle of the summer. They had a film department where I met one of my best professors ever. What? Seven Samurai, which is a great movie by Kurosawa. You watch it, Seven Samurai. It was bleeding into dinner time at Wheeler Hall. A lot of the students are restless. To get to the end of the movie, that's the best part of that movie. Subtitles, black and white, Japanese characters. Still, it's an amazing movie. The baseline of so many scripts you've seen today. There was 8 of us who were mesmerized. All these students, and we're going to mess with the best pay. Rushing back to Wheeler Hall to get college food. The instructor paused, put on the lights. He said, please leave. And the 8 of you that stick around, talk to me later. He said, put a 7 on your final report, your exams, and you all get an A in this class. Because you felt the passion. You stuck around. You gave up dorm food, whatever the hell that was. I went to Western Michigan University after that. They built the first color TV studio. It was amazing in all the brochures. Of course, the students were allowed to use it, but they did have the first color TV studio. We had the black and white tube studio in the basement, which is weird. There, the professor was Linwood Bartley. It was an English professor who I hated also because it was an 8 o'clock class. I was a big partier, which is one reason I went to Western, because it was listed in Playboy magazines as the top 3 party schools in the country. My focus was. When we walked into that class, this would be the 4th year or 3rd year college, and he was drilling people how stupid they were. He said, let me read you a term paper from a college student. And he went on to this thing, bearded Scottish guy, was amazing. Just dogging how stupid we were. High school juniors write better than this. And he taught, showed preposition and phrasing, and I still picked up very little because most of the time I just wanted to get out of it. There we have my first view of rudderless. I love sailing. I love being in boats. But the greatest boat all time has no direction without a rudder. A simple little thing. The only thing you control in a sailboat is the attitude. Attitude. You don't control the wind, the water, the sailboat really. You have the rudder and the attitude. That comes back to me. I had no direction at this point. I was pointing to certain things. Not knowing what's going on next. And I applaud all of you. There's one thing I would say that I wish I did differently was get a direction. Uncomfortable and scary and exciting to me. 16 years you learn from the party bosses. Yeah, we're all communists when we're born because you do what the party says upstairs, you wear what they tell you what to wear, you eat what they wear. You are a communist little child. As you grow up through high school, it's kind of democratic socialism, but you're still doing what somebody's telling you to do. You learn one thing at a time when you're a kid. Simple. Monkey bars, I'm going to get the next one. I'm going to get that next little handle there. That's the next one. Very simple. And it's people telling you, get dressed. You're going to be late. Stop lighting your brothers on fire. It's one thing. The funniest thing about men, you've got to keep men busy. Give us any time as kids you were going to hear 3 words. Hey, will it burn? 12 years of that, you get some education and moved on to college. That's where I started making some of my own decisions on a practical level. Laundry, how to cook stuff, get to class, learn some responsibility. That's where I developed a really good relationship with what I call the ego. The ego definitely is my amigo. Ego is always there until there's pain, trouble, or law enforcement. Then the ego gets out of your system and it hides someplace. Even the meek, soulful guy, I'm not quite sure what can happen. Options can be a bit uncomfortable. They certainly were for me. I found that the smallest decisions that I made the greatest impact later on. It's amazing. Again, a rudder, a little small deflation, that rudder can send you on a very different direction. Thornton Wilder said, I got a quote, the more decisions you are forced to make alone, the more you're aware of your freedom to actually choose. Freedom to choose is something to celebrate. Here, you taught about it. However, it gets complex because there's good choices and then choices that are all the opposite of that are bad choices. At a certain point in my life, I'm just not going to decide, which in fact, philosophically, a paradox, no choice is actually a choice. Didn't seem to me at the time. So there I am, graduating from college. No clue what I was doing because I never thought about it. Partying, listening. So I decided to go into sales. Wasn't what I studied, but a lot of money in sales. This is the wrong kind of thing yourself. So there I am in a federal penitentiary going, now what mistake did I make here? I learned a lot in prison. I really did. You right out of a good family structure. I will give you a humanities lesson. Prison isn't everything that you fear it is. It isn't everything that you think it is. At one point, there's a holding cell where 16 of us are put into a room waiting after sentencing where they're going to send you off into whatever chain mail they put you in. And there was a commode in the middle of the room. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm going to die. I can't do this. I can't do my thing. And I can't do it. There's no way. I waited till late at night, and I was thinking, man, I think does the human body eventually just explode? I don't even know what happens if you just don't use the commode. I gave up. I got up, sat down. People coming out of their cots. They said, oh, God, here it comes, some sort of whipping or some sort of. They stood in a horseshoe around me, staring at me, and as I proceeded, they all turned around and formed a privacy. There's humanity where you least expect it. But I also learned one thing I told everyone. They asked me, what'd you learn in prison? I said, the biggest prison is don't ever sell drugs to cops. That's it. Not fair. I just figured out how it's legal. Now, California sends corners and sell it because it's good for you. It's legal. I remember Obama used to say it's not fair. I used to say, what the hell does that mean? Just they take that word apart. Fair. What the hell does it mean? I tweeted it. Excuse me. Got real trouble because it got Twitter. You never know what you're going to say to piss them off. And I got fair. Some guy from Iowa says fair is where a pig goes to win a ribbon. People often shock, as we have some good neighbors that didn't know that I've done any times. That's amazing. You're not the type of guy that would end up in prison. Let me tell you, everyone can be that type of guy. It's about missing opportunities, being rudderless, but choices. I was missing mentorship, decision making, any kind of moral compass. Even though I went to church all my life, although never quite understood it because I was an Anglican. Episcopalians with the bishop. I was an altar boy. He had that garbage can on his head or whatever that weird basket is. And I was whispering, what part of the Bible is that mentioned? The thing. Cone thing. No answer from the bishop. He wasn't allowed to talk to me. You got to be in that little kneel on some little weird thing and you can't move. And I was wobbling the whole time. Didn't have enough liquid. Moments of clarity have helped me all my life, and that is the grace of God. Even though I didn't ever admit it, and after the death of my father, I hated God and my misunderstanding. But every now and then, right before I was sentenced to my well-deserved crime, I had a moment of clarity on stage. Downstate in Detroit, I set up for the Comedy Council, wrote 20 minutes of material, went and practiced, left them laughing, did all the things required of me, focused and engaged. Owner said, you got what it takes. I think we put you on the Saturday schedule. It's going to be great every Saturday. And I go, give me a little problem. I got to do 38 months before that Saturday. To this day, that guy always mentions how dry I was. Oh, great Saturday. Well, that'll be in 38 months. But that's kind of a Saturday. And he goes, it happened. It gave me something to look forward to. Viktor Frankl's great book, Man's Search for Meaning. In no way do I assume any of that, but he pointed his energy to engagement on something past the horror that he was doing. Amazing, amazing. Aim where you want to go, not where you don't want to be. That's what I learned in racing. I used to race Ford, Trans Am for Ford Motor Company. Went through race school. And if you stare at the wall long enough that you don't want to hit, guess what? You're going to go hit that wall. Do not aim where you don't want to be. Keep that off of your radar. Aim where you want to go. Passion. That's what it was. Learn what your passion was. Make better choices, I thought, when I was incarcerated. Passion. Look it up. If you look it up, Webster's, if you can believe him. Webster says, whoever Webster is, Webster says passion, intense sexual desire. Whoops. All right. That's a bit awkward. Let's go to number 2. They have another one underneath it. A love or desire or devotion to some activity, object, or concept, an emotion that is deeply stirring, ungovernable. Right. Another moment of clarity for me. I started reading biographies of people unlike me, what they did, and believe it or not, I don't care whether they're different gender, different tribe, they did things. I could do that. It was formidable to me. Another moment of clarity is accomplishments are relative. In prison, if you do what you're told, and I did what I was told finally, I needed that guidance. I did exactly what I was told, mentored other people in the religious studies. I did postmasters. And eventually, you get out of group cells, you get out of the dorms, you get eventually moved into you move up the food chain. I was so proud of my movement, I called my mother on a collect call, which it always have to be, from the prison. Thanksgiving, I could hear all my family in the kitchen chattering. And she goes, hold on, Tim's on the phone. What's up, Tim? Guess what, Mom? I got my own cell. Hold on a minute. Hey, Tim's got his own cell, everybody. That's good. Dave just got into U of M. Bruce just graduated. Steve's at Purdue, but Tim's got his own cell. Thank God I've got something to tell the Bridge Club. Don't call here again. How do you know what your passion is? For me, I knew what it wasn't. I was lucky enough to get a job at Tool and Die because I love cars. I love building cars. I got a Tool and Die shop job over a summer between my semesters at Western. And I made locating pins on a Sheldon turret lathe. I realized I never could do that without killing myself. You made 80 locating pins a day. That's what you do. It's 126 different movements. That's it. That's it. I so applaud anybody that has the peace of mind to do that. I'm too ADD. I could not do that. Knowing what you don't want focuses on what I did want. Lily Tomlin did a one-woman show, which was terrific, by the way. Played a homeless person. She said, I should have said my goals more specifically instead of homeless girls. Set goals. It was really the way she said it. Make people laugh to me. All my life has been more rewarding than anything. And I never thought of that as passion. That's what it was. I would don't repeat this. I would probably do my concerts for free. Now the ego goes, bullshit. That's the only use for the ego, really, is deal with the IRS. That's what you need. I just have to. This just was this week. The IRS had a refund check coming to my office for a considerable amount of money. They had trouble finding me. It's 2 years. They couldn't find me. But they could find me immediately to tell me that they couldn't find me. And when you're audited, do they have any trouble finding you? No. Can't even say what's on my mind about the IRS. Goal setting. There's a difference. Juan Montoya, the race driver, said focus is different than goals. Different. Wishing I was successful is one thing. Focusing on successes, they sound the same. They're not the same. Aim where you want to go, not where you don't want to be. You have to. Wishing to me is like sitting in the car and revving the engine. Well, it seems like we're moving. The motor's running, everything. I'm in the car. You're just putting stress on the engine. Focus and goals, put it in gear, engage and go. That means making go, engage. They seem very similar, but they're. I read about successful people in my job. It was more about people, and I started zeroing in on people that. You have to go 1961 to see Lenny Bruce's speech at the Purple Onion. You can't even talk about it on Twitter now. Go read what that guy said about language and thought. What that comedian said. He went dark after that, but his story is amazing. Richard Pryor, who I saw in Detroit once, changed my life. That the way he could do that, that became what I wanted to do. What are the diversions? I mean, is it making goals is one thing, but making a list, this is where I make the biggest impact of my life. And it sounds so simple. I challenge you all to do this. 3 things you write down. Make a list of what you're going to do the rest of the day. Make a list of what you're going to do this year. And the most difficult one, and don't tell anybody but yourself, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? Sounds simple. The 1 will tell you how to do number 2, and 2 will tell you how to set up to do number 3. What do you want to do? I didn't know. My goal list, when I started it, 20 minutes on the set that was hot as hell. I did not. And when you're audited, do they have any trouble finding you? No. Can't even say what's on my mind about the IRS. Goal setting. There's a difference. Juan Montoya, the race driver, said focus is different than goals. Wishing is different than focus, rather. Wishing I was successful is one thing. Focusing on successes, they sound the same, they're not the same. Ain't where you want to go and not where you don't want to go. You have to, wishing to me is like sitting in the car and revving the engine. Well, it seems like the motor's running, everything, I'm in the car, you're just putting stress on the engine. Focus and goals, put it in gear, engage. That means making engage. They seem very similar, but they're not. I read about successful people in my job. It was more about people, then I started zeroing in people that you have to go 1961 to see Lenny Bruce's speech at the Purple Onion. You can't even talk about it on Twitter now. Go read what that guy said about language and thought. What that comedian said. He went dark after that, but his story is amazing. Richard Pryor, who I saw in Detroit once, changed my life. That the way he could do that, that became what I wanted to do. What are the diversions? I mean, is it making the goals is one thing, but making a list, this is where I make the biggest impact of my life. And it sounds so cool. I challenge you all to do this. 3 things you write down. Make a list of what you're going to do the rest of the day. Make a list of what you're going to do this year. And the most difficult one, and don't tell anybody but yourself, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? It sounds simple. The 1 will tell you how to do number 2, and 2 will tell you how to set up to do number 3. What do you want to do? I didn't know. My goal list, when I started it, 20 minutes on the set that was hot as hell. I did not want to be an opening act. I wanted to be a closing act. I got that. Number 2, I wanted to save $100,000. And literally, I had no way to do it. I finally did that. And I got a lot of toasters on Twitter now. Go read what that guy said about language and thought. What that comedian said. He went dark after that, but his story is amazing. Richard Pryor, who I saw in Detroit once, changed my life. That the way he could do that, that became what I wanted to do. What are the diversions? I mean, is it making the goals is one thing, but making a list, this is where I make the biggest impact of my life. It sounds so simple. I challenge you all to do this. 3 things you write down. Make a list of what you're going to do the rest of the day. Make a list of what you're going to do this year. And the most difficult one, and don't tell anybody but yourself, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? It sounds simple. The 1 will tell you how to do number 2, and 2 will tell you how to set up to do number 3. What do you want to do? I didn't know. My goal list, when I started it, 20 minutes on the set that was hot as hell. I did not want to be an opening act. I wanted to be a closing act. I got that. Number 2, I wanted to save $100,000. Literally, I had no way to do that. I finally did that. And I got a lot of toasters. Early on, you kept moving your money to different banks. They give you toasters or some weird kind of appliance. So I was living with my parents as I was on parole. My mom said, what are all these toasters doing here? Just wait, a little appliance store. I'll figure out something to do with these things. And the 3rd was to get on the Tonight Show somehow. I explained how I did it on the Tonight Show, but I was ungrateful and pissed at God. I wanted to be a comedian on the Tonight Show. Then add value to everything I set up to do. This is something I learned from great Bob Seger. He said, put butts in the seats. Add value to the situation you're in. I don't care what situation I was in, I added value to it. It was different when I was gone. engage, put butts in the seats. In my business, it was it. Learn how other people put butts in the seats. The club owner, the business, if you could sell, you could do anything you want to do. Having no vision is no solution. Everything depends on execution. That's the lyric of the song. I've got a great idea, and that's where it ends. You watch a Shark Tank every now and then, you watch this motivation of people that get stuff done. It's amazing to watch that thing. Also, I suggest getting fired. That was a great thing. Got fired a lot. I kind of liked it. I lived for it. Thomas Edison, he said, opportunity is missed by most people because it's dressed in overalls and looks like work. Mark Twain said, the harder I try, the luckier I got. It takes hard work and patience. I didn't know that. I failed at that, and that's why I ended up where I was. Big thing that stopped me was diversions. I call diversions. And the biggest one, because I'm in a cult written by Bill Wilson, it's false evidence appears real, which is fear. Fear stopped me from doing everything coherent in my life. I was afraid of shadows. Great story. I took my older daughter to school once, and a shadow came across the windshield. I shrieked, and I pulled into it, almost hit a tree. And the fear of what was going to happen was caused by a butterfly flying between the sun and my car. That shadow. The fear of that was huge. The actual, I'm scared of butterflies now. This is awkward. People spend a lot of energy spinning wheels irrationally on fear. Again, Mark Twain. I've had a lot of troubles in my life, most of which never happened. It will stop you. Of course, my favorite, ego. Boy, not my ego. I always think of ego as a necessary, I can't even remember the name of the book. As soon as we had a moment to think about our activities, men will light a match, women will think of doing something useful, men will just, I wonder if it hurts to do that. Here, try that, stick it. That hurts, you try it. No, it really hurts. This tastes terrible. Here, try that. Why would I eat that? But I did. My older brother, this makes me throw up. Here, you try it. This makes me throw up too. Okay, keep eating that. You can't have a human being that's grateful with his hands full of toys. Every little baby I've ever had has toys in their arms. As soon as you pull out another toy, they go, mine, mine, mine. As if God was saying, you have your hands full. I can't give you anything more unless you let some of that go. You got to pass it along. You got to move it along. Babies, I don't think we ever really grow out of that. Get out of your own way. That was my problem. God's always there in my life, but he's polite. Doesn't like to interrupt. Constantly talking to myself. And the ego pretends to be good in the evening. My best advice that I never took, again, I love these. Albert Einstein said famously, I hope someone invents air conditioning. No, that wasn't it. That was a joke somebody wrote from me. I'm not taking credit for that because it just didn't land. He actually said, I'm not a genius. I'm passionately curious. Curiosity, man. That was great. Of course, my mom said, it killed the cat. Well, I'm not a goddamn cat. What does that have to do with me? I don't understand that. It's an asset. It's an asset. On every level, question. Right now, I wish I'd question more instead of running out of graduation. Just ran out. Because I always do it. Curiosity is a tremendous asset. If you want to be the smartest person in the room, question the smartest person. Learn to be a great listener. Learn to be a great listener. Shut up and listen. Shut up and listen. We've been around great professors and great speakers. If you want to be interesting, you have to be interested in. Ultimately, these are the questions I had to ask myself, and I wish they'd asked them. Literally, wish somebody had asked them before the penitentiary. Although Saturday breakfast wasn't bad. You always knew what to wear. I do like that. I hate clothes. I think it was maybe a white t-shirt. Ultimately, this is a new chapter, and I can't tell you how you guys affected me in the orchestra. Your faces, your intelligence, I don't know. It's amazing. So, what kind of person do you want to be? You're already a damn good start. Between your parents and this place, you guys are good. damn good start. It's not where I was. I wish somebody had asked me that. Are you going to be a person with integrity? Are you going to take responsibility for your actions? I made amends to my mother for all that I did and paid for everything. Doesn't seem to be enough. Can you be flexible and let go of rigid, bad experiences? Are you open to others' points of view? Listen to the other point of view before you jump in and tell me yours. Are you going to complain about things, or are you going to figure out how to fix it? And how do you handle accomplishments? And I said, I've been blessed with people giving me credit up here, and I never even thought about it. When you achieve success, we possibly, the type of person reaches out and hands, give freely what you get to others. It's very difficult to do because it's mine. You want to become the person you admire, because the only person I cannot get away from is me. I mean, I'm here every time I go. I go over there and I'm still standing there. So no matter what argument I'm having with myself, I'm right here again, still here. Humans are not plants. Heard that. We need each other. There's a story that changed another one of these watershed moments in my life. Me and God about this weird relationship with this philosopher and studied so much. You end up asking God questions, and there's no answer to it. Some famous guy in one of my scripts said, it's only God's will when we like it. If we don't like it, well, that's free will. That's Satan. God invent Satan? No. Didn't he harden the Pharaoh's heart? Couldn't he just let him go? I had these questions as a kid. So I've always had these problems with the God of my misunderstanding. I had a terrible racing car accident. It ripped open a big fissure in my gut. So they have to close up the gut. But for a while, period of time, you had to use called a stoma to remove waste products. So there's a tube sticking out of my side, and there's a tube sticking out of my throat. I'd had some family problems at the same time. I was losing weight. It was not getting better. And I stayed in the hospital, and a buddy came by, who has since passed, dear friend of mine, but he came by with a movie, and another friend came by to talk. Didn't want to see anybody, but I did. And then they gave me food for the first time. And the doctor came in, not even moments later. It was about a half hour later. Saw the look on my face. I knew it wasn't working. My digestive system wasn't working. And I started weeping, and he said, this is going to be very uncomfortable. You're going through the suture. We have to find other ways to go get that food. It can't go down your throat. I don't want to be horribly dramatic about that. It just everything was bad news. And he said, and it's going to get worse and worse until we get it out. So he woke me up at 3 a.m. to do the worst thing to do. I'm standing there. You can't imagine the humility that I felt. What on my body. I'm standing there looking out of a window in Los Angeles saying, please, dear Father, this is as bad, this is as low as I can get. Can't get any lower than this. It would be just, could you tell me something? And the way I pled it, please say something to me. And within moments, a voice that was my voice, and I swear as I stand here, was not my voice, said, it's going to be okay. It's real. It changed. I still get pissed at him. I still don't stay grateful, but it is so true in my heart that this is a real deal. We are in this thing together. And however you want to believe it. Wasn't explaining the connection that this has. I want to say to this class of 2021, go forth and conquer. Come from the place. You've got the best fertilizer, the best seed cells and all that. Listen to what people tell you. Learn from the teachers you have. Focus. If you got a world out there that's out of focus, and there's substitute teachers in the room, there are no adults. There are no adults in the room. We need you. You got to save the world. No pressure. No pressure. We're counting on you. Thank you all for inviting me here. Don't take life too seriously. I make a living on that. One of my best friends in the world will tell you that you guys are headed to infinity and beyond.